please rise for the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. James, could you take attendance?
Yep. President McDonough,
Here.
Vice President Aldred.
Here.
Secretary Summers here. Treasurer Whitney.
Here.
Trustee Gibson.
Here.
Trustee Atchison.
Here.
Trustee Campadorni.
Here. Any changes to the board agenda? I have none. Scheduled public comment? I don't believe we have any. All right. Our consent agenda, you have the minutes of our July 29th meeting as well as HR updates. Would anybody like to make a motion? Sure. Thank you.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Support? James, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 5, our superintendent's report.
All right, good evening, everyone. As I begin tonight's update, I do want to ground us in our vision, empowering learners, building community, and inspiring futures. Our mission calls us to create a safe, supportive, and opportunity-rich environment where every learner belongs, grows, and is prepared to contribute to our community. Guided by our core values of empowerment, belonging, integrity, and innovation, every decision we make moves us closer to that goal. With that in mind, here are 4 updates I'd like to share. First, I'm excited to share some great news on our stadium turf replacement project. As of this week, all of the old turf has been completely removed, the grading and rolling of the field has been finished, and our brand new team benches, generously donated, have arrived and are ready to be installed. Even more exciting, an installation of the turf begins this week, and we anticipate having the field completed prior to opening weekend on August 29th. This entire project has been made possible through the generosity of a private donor, and we are so grateful for their investment in our students, our athletes, and our community. We're making tremendous progress, and I can't wait for everyone to see the finished product very soon. Second, this month our cabinet team had the opportunity to partner with our colleagues from Easter Seals to review the results of our district's TRI-SA self-assessment. The TRI-SA is a valuable tool that helps us look closely at our current trauma-informed practices, not in terms of good or bad, but in terms of how intentional we are in supporting students who have experienced trauma. Over 600 staff members from across the district participated, representing a wide range of departments. The review looked at 8 key domains, from whole school safety and prevention programming to family engagement, staff self-care, and targeted support for students. We are encouraged to see several areas of strength: our staff's strong desire to help and serve students, recognition of broad range of supports, strong community partnerships, and the widespread use of restorative practices. We also identified meaningful areas of growth, such as improving communication about available supports, expanding staff participation in multidisciplinary teams, and strengthening our support for staff who may experience secondary trauma. The most important takeaway is our results and recommendations are now embedded in our district goals, ensuring they are reflected in our aligned actions and strategies moving forward. This process has reinforced what we already know. Our staff care deeply about our students and are committed to continuously growing in ways that make our schools even more safe, supportive, and responsive. Next week, we welcome back our teachers and students, but recently we welcome back our school administrators as well as our administrative assistants and office paraprofessionals. We kicked this off with a dynamic 2-day retreat for our administrators at Oxford Public Library, bringing together principals, district leaders, and support staff for a powerful launch into the new school year. The retreat was anchored in our new strategic plan and filled with thoughtful dialogue, professional learning, and collaborative reflection. Our administrative assistants and office paraprofessionals returned with the same positive energy and commitment to excellence. Their professional learning sessions covered essential tools and processes that keep our schools running smoothly. Everything from maintenance ticket systems, district directory updates, and field trip procedures to student enrollment, safety and medical protocols, and thrill share communications. They also reviewed Power School scheduling, contact accuracy, and calendar management, ensuring we start the year with strong systems in place. In addition, they took time to reflect on our new vision, empowering learners, building community, inspiring futures, and connected to the critical role they play each day. Whether welcoming families, ensuring accurate records, coordinating field trips, or managing safety protocols, they recognize how their behind-the-scenes work actively empowers students, strengthens our school community, and helps inspire bright futures for every learner. Across both groups, the excitement was contagious. Staff returned ready to lead, ready to support, and ready to make our strategic plan come alive in every classroom, office, and school building. The shared commitment and collaborative spirit on display promise a strong year ahead for Oxford students and families. And finally, I want to take a moment to thank the Board of Education for your support in passing the resolution to place the operating millage and sinking fund proposals on the upcoming ballot. Your leadership in taking this important step sets the stage for securing the resources our district needs to continue providing an exceptional education for every student. Planning for the informational campaign is already underway. We are developing clear, factual communication materials to ensure our community understands what these proposals are, why they are needed, and how they directly impact our students and schools. This includes creating a campaign timeline, identifying key informational events, preparing easy-to-understand visuals and FAQs, and establishing a process for answering community questions with transparency and accuracy. These efforts will focus on helping voters see the connection between their investment and the tangible benefits for our students, maintaining high-quality programs, supporting safe and well-maintained facilities, and ensuring that our schools remain a place where learning and innovation thrive. In conclusion, thank you to our board, our team, and our community for your ongoing commitment to our vision and mission. Together, by living our core values every day, we will continue empowering learners, building community, and inspiring futures. I look forward to working alongside each of you as we move forward with purpose and passion on behalf of our students and our families. Thank you.
Any questions or comments on the superintendent report? Could you speak a little bit more to the campaign timeline and materials and how that falls in line with when the facility study will be completed? Can you give us an idea of September, October?
Yep, absolutely. So we're already starting the information campaign. We're going to be going out to all of the schools in the next couple of weeks during all of our family events, including our curriculum nights, our open houses, our pop-in for popsicles. We have a comprehensive information sheet that we'll be handing out to parents that we can answer any questions. In addition, we have a information campaign website that has FAQs on it, that on the handout they can scan the QR code that then takes them to that website, that not only can they read the FAQs, if they have additional questions, they're able to submit them on the website. So it'll be live in real time. We'll be able to respond to those questions. So that'll be over the next several weeks. We'll be at these events and handing these out to parents, families, getting the word out. We'll also be sharing them with staff so they have information. So in terms of the facilities, there are a lot of things that need to be rectified in our facilities. So our team is looking at the top tier items. So for example, roofs are a big one. If you walk through the high school and you see trash cans all around the hallways, that's a pretty significant one, not only for the learning environment, also for the equipment, because we did lose music equipment last year because we had a massive leak in the roof. So roofs will be a priority. In addition to any security measures, including replacing door locks or any other security measures that we deem significant and need to be updated or exchanged, we'll certainly be looking at those. So in terms of safety and roofs, those would be our top two, but John will have a much bigger purview of that. And when we officially have the review done, we'll be looking at it comprehensively. One of our main pieces is equity for schools. So whether you go to school at Leonard or whether you go to school at Oxford Elementary School, you should have access to similar resources. So we'll be looking at that across the board as well. Did that answer your question?
It did. Is that website up right now or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Yep. Perfect. Yes, that did. Thank you. And I don't know, this kind of touches a bit on another presentation later, so feel free to tell me to wait. But as far as the Easter seals and them coming in to develop the trauma responsive action plan, can you give some more, substance into how you intend to increase the KPIs by 20%?
And Gary, in his presentation, so that's kind of the behind the scenes. We're going to give a high level overview, and he can talk through the strategies and the metrics. So we worked with Easter Seals, and they actually were amazing. They came in, they had already looked at our strategic plan, and they identified areas that we could partner to enhance our strategies and our metrics. So we were able to partner with them to enhance mostly goal 1 and goal 2 is where you'll see those strategies.
Okay.
So Gary will speak to that a little bit more.
Perfect.
He knows it like the back of his hand.
Thank you. Anyone else? Shane?
Just real quick, when will the assessment for the building needs be completed again?
Yeah, the timeline for that, I don't know, see, is John in here?
Yes.
Okay, so the comprehensive won't be done until September, but you think at least a general idea will be able to be posted to the website before then?
Yes.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Milligan.
You're welcome.
Item B, our safety update with Dr. Williman.
Good evening. Much like last summer, this is more of just an information update for things coming into this school year. So the first thing that we wanted to touch on was after we received a concern about door locks at elementary schools, we wanted to confirm that all elementary classroom doors do in fact close and lock. And so I, along with 2 Fortis personnel, went to every elementary building and checked every single classroom door, and every single classroom door in our elementary buildings do in fact lock. That we checked them and cross-confirmed them based on the campus maps, checking the campus ourselves, and then reviewing that with our campus principals. As a reminder, it is a multi-step process to enter our buildings during the day. All exterior doors are expected to be closed and locked, except for one point of entry into a secure vestibule, where you are then buzzed into the main office or checked in through the Raptor visitor management system. All campuses have at least 1 armed personnel present at all times on the campuses during the school day when children are present. All elementary doors have locks and do lock, but as Dr. Milligan spoke of earlier, part of the first wave of the sinking fund money would be to transition the buildings without visual locking mechanisms to the visual locking mechanisms. The next thing is in accordance with Public Act of 2024, Act number 258, there was a requirement that the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services would supply us with a document by July of 2025 regarding safe gun storage, and school districts had until October of 2025 to disseminate this out to all families, as well as have it on our website. This document can currently be found on our website under Documents, District, Public Notices, and then it is the third document down. As you can see, the MDHHS Safe Storage Flyer 2025. That's what this document is here. In addition to summarizing the law that was passed in 2024 requiring safe storage of firearms, there are guidance options for families on what to do, how to talk to your kids about it, as well as additional resources. Apologize for that. Additional resources should families need more information. Additionally, this will be put out in it has been put out in our information update. I can say since the 2023-2024 school year, which was my first full school year here, we have included information about safe gun storage in each of our information updates. And so at this point, we are in compliance with Public Act of 2024, Act number 258. If anyone wants to read it, it's there, but it says that we have until October of 25 to disseminate that to all families, which is why we opted to include that as part of our information update. This is just a reminder that in the secondary campuses, we are transitioning from clear backpacks to regular backpacks. We are allowing students to carry the backpack of their choice. You, of course, may elect to carry a clear backpack, but it is your option now, the type of backpack that you will carry. And part of this is due to, we are getting a little upgrade in our Evolve. We are moving up to the next generation of the Evolve Express, which is the walkthrough that we currently have. But we are also getting the Evolve Expedite system, which is comparable to bag scanners, like when you go to the airport. What this does is it creates more of a flow in the morning. Students no longer have to remove their Chromebooks, their binders, other things that they had to do for the walkthrough system. They're able to leave all of that in their backpack and put that on the scanner and go through. And then so they will walk through both the Express system and put their bag through the Expedite system. And we are working on that and getting everyone trained. Last week, I was fortunate to be able to spend 2 full days with our administrators as part of our annual safety day. I spend 1 day with elementary administrators and then the second day with secondary administrators, and it gives us a full day together to really review our laws, policies, procedures, talk through any updates that we've had, and give them time to work within their teams or elementary teams being able to talk through what does this look like on my campus. We were very fortunate this year to be able to include the Oxford Fire Department. BJ France and Sarah Racer came and joined us to give some education about our Stop the Bleed kits and different presentations that they could offer on the campuses regarding our Stop the Bleed kits that we have throughout the district. And additionally, our school resource officers, Detective Scott Rafalski and Detective Justin Barnes, came as well to just talk through the opportunities that they have to support their campuses, not only in their capacity as sheriff's office, but being able to build relationships with kids and come around and be able to be that resource and a great liaison to the sheriff's office. And then finally, just a reminder of our AG regarding safety communication. That is AG 5402. This is communication in regard to safety issues. And so parents will be notified about safety concerns in the following scenarios: when there is a direct, specific, and credible threat made to our students and or staff, and that a situation emerges or develops that would likely interrupt the school day for a significant number of students within our school community. We are aware that we took time to develop this. We sought feedback from stakeholders, and in an effort to be trauma-informed and respectful to our community, we really wanted to honor where everyone was in their recovery. And as those of us that have been here for a while, we know that we've scaled back on our communication. We are aware of an event that occurred last weekend that was not school sponsored or sanctioned in any way. We worked with the high school administration and to be able to identify students who are currently on campus, whether it be athletics or band, to make sure that we had the proper mental health supports available to them should they need it. As this is an ongoing police investigation, we're unable to confirm anything regarding this situation. We were alerted to it. Our proper supports were put into place so that we could support our kids that need any support. As always, if our kids need support in any way, shape, or form, we have our resources on our website, as well as being able to communicate with any building. Any questions?
As far as the door locks, so just help me understand, at this point, there are door locks on every door, but not all of them lock from the inside. You have to use a key for the outside, or there's different configurations across
Correct.
the buildings, correct?
Correct. And that's why it's part of that sinking fund first wave to be able to transition them to all the visual locking mechanisms. So you would not only be able to lock it from the inside, but be able to see if it's locked. Typically, if it's unlocked, it's white. If it's locked, it's red. I'm not going to say that's how it is every time, but that's typically how
So
it
that
is.
would be uniform across all of the
Yes.
buildings once we implement that. And so at that point, would then the procedures change that it would be required for our elementary buildings to have their doors locked during the day, as is, best practice and all the safety educational boards recommend? Is that the intention, or are we not changing that practice?
The recommendation from my department is that all classroom doors are closed and locked. There are unique circumstances, especially when you're looking at teaching and learning in the elementary setting, where it can be very disruptive. But the recommendation from my department is that classroom doors are closed and locked.
And the challenge with the doors that only lock from the outside, if you think about it as a classroom teacher, so you have 25, 27 kids, and especially young kids who need to use the restroom on a regular basis, they're out, they're in, they're out, they're in. And when it's locked from the outside, literally every time a child comes back to the classroom, the teacher has to stop teaching and let them in. So that's where teachers are challenged. Obviously, they know that best practice is to keep the doors locked at all times, but they also have to find a balance between keeping the door locked and teaching. So that's where it becomes problematic. Where the visual locks will be really helpful is they're easy for kids to open up, go out, go to the restroom, come back, lock them back up, right? So again, we have to find a balance. We have many layers of security in our building, and we also have to take into consideration the needs of our students and the needs of our staff. So that's where we're at. We're just trying to find that balance.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
When it comes to the new security measure at the front door for scanning bags, you said everyone will be trained. Like what percentage has been trained already?
Middle school and high school staff who are responsible for door entry would be, once they are deployed, and I do not have that exact date yet, it will just be before the first day of school, they will receive training on it. But the high school staff have all watched it. There's some beginning introduction trainings, but actually the physical training of going through it will be before the first day of school.
Okay.
Thank you, Allison. All right, item C, our strategic plan. Dr. Gary Van Staveren.
We had a brownout at our house just a moment right before I left. Yeah, all of a sudden it went down. And I could hear the refrigerator kick out, and then it went back up. So, I don't know if that's what happened or what. Oh, sorry.
Are we ready?
Okay, ready when you are.
Yep, okay. So, good evening, everyone. It's a privilege to be here tonight to give you an update on our strategic plan and specifically on strategies and on metrics and a timeline, and then also take a look at the data dashboard. So again, I am the Public Information Manager, Gary Van Staveren. I'm also the Leonard interim principal right now. So I'm the principal at Leonard for this week and next week, and then Marty Kay is going to be the principal. It takes over on Monday, August 25th. So kind of wearing two hats right now, but excited to be here with you tonight and talk about our strategic plan. So when we get started here tonight, I think it's really important to always start with our vision and our mission. This is new. This is our strategic plan that we've adopted. And so our vision is empowering learners, building community, and inspiring futures. And our mission is to provide a supportive, safe, opportunity-rich educational experience that fosters belonging, builds self-empowerment, and prepares learners to contribute to a connected community. I just think it's important to really start with that. Today, I'm going to talk about strategies, metrics, timeline, the data dashboard, and then also finish up with some links, some live links. You have them in your board packet, but there's also live links at the end so you can get right into the spreadsheet that has all of the strategies and all of the metrics, and then also our timeline. So with that, I do want to, before I get started, I do want to answer the TRSIA question about KPIs. And so we have 4 aligned actions. One is 1.2, and then 2.1, 2.4, and 4.2. Those 4 aligned actions have KPIs, which are key performance indicators. So the one you're referencing is 1.2 about the TRSIA. We talked about looking at 20%, okay, in terms of that growth, 20% per year. We are still really finalizing that group of KPIs right now, but that's our target right now, is to hit 20% and then 40% and so on each year. Now that's going to be fluid. That may change, but right now that is our target, and we're still wrapping up that TRSIA KPIs. We're very close. We have an action plan, but we want to make sure that I want to run those by Dr. Milligan, but we're very close on those. The KPIs for 2.1, 2.4, and 4.2 are done. Does that help?
That does help. The question I was asking was more regarding what is in the action plan to achieve those goals.
Okay.
But as you just mentioned, it sounds like you haven't ran them by, so I won't ask for you to say
but
that.
I can definitely share that with you, okay, when it's steady.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do today, again, you have this in your board packet. There's a link to the spreadsheet at the very end of this presentation. And I just want to go through each goal and just highlight, all right, just to kind of give you some examples. So goal 1, when we take a look at this, goal 1 is to strengthen a culture of safety, support, and connection across our schools to foster an increased sense of belonging. Then you can see the aligned action, and then you can see the strategy and the measure for that aligned action. So the strategy is, how are we going to accomplish that specific aligned action for 1.1? And then the metric is, how are we going to measure how we're doing on that aligned action? So the strategy for 1.1 is to structure advisory and course activities around sharing circles, goal-setting conversations, peer support networks, helping students feel genuinely known and valued. And so what you should see here with our goal, with our vision, our mission, what you should see with our aligned action, and then our strategies is this alignment. You should see alignment in what we're doing. And then our metric for this particular one is to increase percent of students responding positively to the sense of belonging and to safety questions on our school quality survey, which is in the spring. And so that's how we're going to measure this one. Whoops. Wrong way. Goal 2, again, I'm not going to read all of it, but goal 2, if we look at the aligned action for 2.1, is to develop, define, implement, and evaluate. Notice those 4 verbs right there. And OCS instructional framework and vision that improves student ELA and mathematics outcomes. That's our aligned action. Now, how are we going to do that? That's our strategy, and that is to establish a committee to define and develop this OCS instructional framework and vision. And then how are we going to measure that? What's going to be an outcome? And it should be that we're going to boost our student learning performance on our local and state assessments based on our instructional framework, okay? And so we're going to be taking a look at our MSTEP, PSAT, and SAT scores, and hopefully those are going to increase over the next 5 years. In goal 3, the aligned action is to establish a comprehensive professional growth system for all staff that fosters continuous learning, mentorship, this is very important, this has come across, mentorship, role-specific support that includes safety protocols and procedures. So again, role-specific. We want to make sure that every staff member is involved in professional learning. Every staff member is growing. What's our strategy? How are we going to do that? We're going to design and implement a professional learning calendar that offers relevant, role-specific development for all members of our team. How are we going to measure that? Increase the percent of positive responses in the staff school quality survey regarding professional learning. It gave me knowledge and skills that I can use in my job. That's very important. We need to be able to do that. And goal 4, again, aligned action. In this particular case, 4.1, we're going to assess, address, kind of talked about it earlier, our infrastructure, accessibility, space utilization, and needs to ensure equitable access, high quality, sustainable learning environments across all of our facilities. How are we going to do that? Establish measurable standards across infrastructure, safety, accessibility, space, and facility improvement needs throughout the district. What's our measure? The percentage of schools meeting our district-defined criteria for physical conditions, facilities, and we're really going to be looking at national standardized criteria and best practices. So any questions? Again, you have the packet that goes over all of our goals, aligned action strategies, and I just did a highlight of a few of these.
And Gary, let me just interject real
Yes.
quick. For some reason, all 4 goals, the spreadsheet is only for goal 1. So Justin, if you could email the board the whole document, I'm not sure, so I apologize. You should have the spreadsheet for all 4 goals,
Yes.
just FYI.
Yes, thank you. And there is, I'll show you at the end, there is a live link, okay, to the spreadsheet at the end of this presentation. But yes, we will take care of that. Next, I want to take a look at the timeline. So again, this is just a screenshot of the timeline, but we're going to have, again, it's available at the end of the presentation, but there's a timeline for every aligned action and every metric. And so what you see here in this screenshot, if I can move my cursor, you'll see at the very top, you're going to see goal 2 in this particular example. Underneath that is aligned action, 2.2. And so we have one of these for every aligned action. And then for 2.2 on the left side, you're going to see the metrics for that particular aligned action. And then across the middle, across the top there, you're going to see the years, 2025, 2026, and the next year after that, the next year after that. So you should see those 5 years. And then underneath that, you will see these white bars. So that's really when we're going to be focusing on measuring that particular metric. And so, for example, this first metric underneath the word metrics is to embed a self-assessment rubric measuring early warning system implementation fidelity. And it's not that we're not doing that, but we're really going to start measuring it in year 2. And so then the one underneath that is to decrease percent of students who share that they've experienced bullying. We're going to be measuring and really focusing on that every year of the 5 years. So again, this is just an example of the timeline that we've built. This is just one of the screenshots to let you see that. Any questions on the timeline? Okay. And the data dashboard. We've also talked about this, and this is very exciting. This is a prototype. We're still in development. This takes several weeks because they are literally building this for us. And so this is what the home page is going to look like on our data dashboard. And so right now you can see it's very clean. We are going to add 2025, 2030 underneath the strategic plan. On the right side, you see our 4 goals and just kind of how we're progressing on each of those goals right there on that dashboard. You're going to be able to hover your cursor over those and drill deeper. And when you do that, you're going to see another screen. And so that's going to take you a little bit deeper. And again, this is, I think before when I presented to you, I was kind of sharing maybe a little bit about a different district. This is actually our data. And so we are building this prototype right now. So you'll see there goal 1, goal 2, 3, and 4 across the top. And then right now highlighted in blue is goal 1. And then underneath that, you're going to see 1.1, which is the aligned action. And then there are your measures. 1.2 was underneath that. And then there's those measures. And so again, you're going to be able to drill deeper into each of those in order to see more data as well. So again, this is still a prototype. We still have a long way to go, but wanted to give you an idea of what that looks like right now. Any questions on that? Are you excited? I'm kind of a data nerd, so I'm very excited. And so wrapping up, okay, links to more information. As I said, there is a live link right there that takes you right to the spreadsheet that has everything, all the goals, aligned actions, strategies, metrics, and then going out over those 5 years. Underneath that is that link to the strategic plan timeline, which I also shared as well. And thank you. Any questions?
Questions, comments?
More of a comment, but I really appreciate the breakdown of this, the resolution that we get down to, as well as the metrics. I don't want to say being simple, but being things that we are doing, that we're not adding. We've already do a lot of these, right? We're surveying, so we're using the surveys that we already have as a metric. We're using some of these other like studies that we do already as a metric, and they're accurate for the line. I'm not saying we're like changing the definition to make it fit. It's just I could see the risk of adding a lot of other things in order to try to, really monitor these lines, and that could get too heavy to try to really get a good picture and really kind of move through this. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mike.
I just want to lift up how much work and effort has gone into this. This is so impressive. I appreciate it. As it being a tool that we as board members can point our community members to really, stay involved and stay engaged in the different issues that they may be concerned with, wanting to see the progress and being interested in that. So I think this is a fantastic tool to apply to everyone.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you, Ann. And Ann, we will be presenting, board members, we will be presenting out to you quarterly. Okay, so each quarter you will also get a presentation, but we're also going to be updating the data dashboard. Thank you.
For the upcoming school year, the annual school quality survey, when is the plan to roll that out this year?
For this school year, the school quality survey, the plan is earlier than last year. We're hoping for maybe February, March.
Okay, and then do we have a timeline as far as data collection, sifting through the data, and then a timeline on like action items and a plan to actually adjust or make changes?
As soon as possible after we get that data.
I may have missed when you said the data dashboard would be online.
Yes, I didn't actually share that.
Oh.
It's still, it's a prototype, the data dashboard is a prototype, we're still working on it. And so it's taking several weeks, I think originally about 12 weeks, so we're probably about 4 weeks into it. So maybe about 8 more weeks.
Okay, okay. Also, a data nerd, really excited for it, so
Yes.
I think it'll be incredibly useful for us answering questions, our community, our staff, everyone. So I really am excited for that. I just had one quick question on a lot of these are, the baseline isn't established yet. Is that just because you haven't gotten to that portion yet? I mean, because it seems like some of these you would have the data for the number of trainers, right? That's the first example. I have to imagine you have that number. You're just not at that juncture yet. Am I understanding that correctly?
So I would say on some of those, we might have the data, it just hasn't been put into that spreadsheet yet.
Okay.
Some of those, we don't have the data yet. We're going to be, obviously, like the facilities master plan, we don't have that data yet.
Sure.
Some, yes, we're still going to be adding to that. It's, I think I said at the beginning, it's definitely a fluid document,
Mm-hmm.
and we will be adding to it.
For example, in 1.2, it talks a lot about our community and parents that respond, that they agree that the district is responsive to their feedback and this and that. I believe these questions are already in the survey. We're not adding more questions, correct? It
That
just hasn't
is-
been captured yet in the baseline.
Yep, that is correct. And
Okay.
we might be doing something a little bit different with some of those survey questions in terms of maybe embedding those into the school quality survey in the spring.
Mm.
So, yes,
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
hopefully less surveys. It's kind of our goal.
Anyone else? All right, well, thanks again, Gary. Appreciate it. All right, moving into item 6, we have our board updates. Anne, would you like to start with the workshop that you attended?
Last Thursday, I attended the MASB Back to School Legal Workshop. This was a virtual workshop. I'm not sure if anybody saw the invite opportunity to register and attend that. It was very informative. I didn't get an specific permission to share the electronic version of the files, but I did print them out if anybody wants to sift through the slides. I won't go through all of this right now, but the highlights are, just went through state and federal issues impacting schools, different U.S. Supreme Court decisions. I would say key points covering parental opt-out rights, recent case expanding parents' ability to opt children out of certain lessons for religious reasons. They even gave a great best practice for staff to open up that conversation with parents of, let me know how this affects your religious observations. How can we address this? So I thought that was an interesting case. If you want more information, I'm happy to share that. Title IX and athletics, ongoing litigation over transgender participation in sports, still ongoing. Supreme Court will hear 2 major cases on that. FERPA priority concerns, parents' rights to inspect records, so it covers that, including threats and certain video footage, which is interesting. Clarified disclosure to military recruiters. That's a hot topic right now, of military recruiters wanting information that they're telling schools that they have a right to, and it's parents' rights to agree to that or not, and that goes through the parents first. ORS pension case, districts must have board-approved salary schedules for accurate pension calculations. Board member conduct. There was a Merck ruling affirmed that individual board members' harmful comments can create legal liability unless publicly disavowed from a board meeting via a disclaiming motion. So I found that to be interesting. We've had some neighboring districts struggle recently with that type of issue.
Did they give an example of what that would be?
I'd have to look back through that specific case.
Is it at the board table only? Sorry. at the board table only, or just in general, like on social media or out in a public thing and such?
Okay, thank you for, this was regarding election season. This was the teachers union had supported certain candidates. The candidates that were not supported were very outspoken away from the board table. So it was not even board speech at a board table. So this was conduct regarding their disagreement with the union's decision to support certain candidates and not them. So that was very interesting.
I mean, it makes sense because everything we do, even like on social media in this position, when you take a stance on social media publicly on certain things, then that very easily can be misconstrued as that's the board's view on stuff, especially when the viewpoint is maybe counterproductive or what is totally opposite of what you did at the board table. So
Yeah, I
it's-
mean, if there's any questions or anyone has
Yeah.
anything, obviously we'd want to consult legal counsel
Yeah.
if there's something specific. But this was just their update regarding that recent case. The second presentation that day was on student free speech, lessons from the court. If everyone's aware of the Let's Go Biden t-shirts and memes that were and have been popular, there was a case that the school may restrict speech if it causes substantial disruption, and it centered around the wearing of political t-shirts and whatnot. So that was like the most popular example that was given. Lewd, vulgar, or profane speech may be restricted even without disruption. And they gave some recent case examples of that. Content contrary to educational mission. Schools can ban symbols or messages that directly conflict with their mission. And I'm just giving this is maybe more than you wanted, but I found it really interesting. Yeah, and then the Let's Go Brandon case, they really dug into that. So again, I will leave these here if anyone wants to sift through them. Very interesting. There was an AI portion, which is a hot topic for all the districts right now. Guiding principles was support student learning, protect privacy, maintain human oversight, and audit the usage. The privacy laws, their AI tools must comply with FERPA, COPA, ADA, Section 504, and IDEA. Contracts with vendors should should clearly define data use, ownership, and penalties for misuse. Michigan law prohibits selling student personal information, requires disclosure of data sharing upon request. There was discussion about AI programs used to make the processing of student records more efficient, and which sounds like a no-brainer, but then we are also involving student information, family information. So there's a whole, how to address that's already becoming a hot topic. So that's about it. Policy do's and don'ts. There's a best practice suggestion for staff: verify AI outputs. Don't upload confidential data for students. Use under supervision. Cite AI. If you're using AI, you should acknowledge that you're using it and avoid personal data uploads. And then the last section, sorry if this is more than you bargained for, but understanding and navigating conflicts of interest, which is always helpful reminders for board members, because a lot comes at us at sometimes unexpected interactions. I gave the example of, what if the bus driver, you're short a bus driver and somebody's got a license to drive the bus and they just want to volunteer. We can't, as board members, drive buses or substitute teach in your own district. A different district, go ahead, but yeah, not in our own district. Prohibited due to supervisory conflicts. Contracts with the district. Public servants may not have direct or indirect contracts with the district unless specific disclosure, voting, and monetary thresholds are met. So very specific guidelines there. And that's about it. Michigan law requires board members to abstain from voting and disclose financial conflicts, which we do at the beginning of every fiscal year, defining family members as what we're already aware of as your relatives or your in-laws' direct relatives. And that's it. Any questions? I will leave these right here. Very interesting. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. It's very thorough. I appreciate that. During the time you were there, we were also discussing legal updates in policy committee that morning. And so, as you see, we were pretty busy this time around. We got through quite a few. If there were any direct questions in the beginning, I can go ahead and take, or I can just run through an overview. Yeah, okay, awesome. So, for 2504, we have a .01 on this one, and so we did adopt their change of clarifying the First Amendment rights to individuals, and then we also recommended that we move from 3 minutes to 5 minutes on public participation. On 3115, and really 3115 through 3118 had a lot to do with Title IX, the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act, and aligning our policy to be in compliance with both. You can see on the red lines, it's really a lot of the same between those policies. On 3201, it was an updated legal citation, not a huge change. 3212, they just clarified the definition of financial obligation. It only applies to subsection C2B of that policy. For 3301 and 3301A, we had requested John to speak to this. Was that message relayed? Would you like to provide a quick update on these two policies?
My understanding was to participate in the next policy committee meeting to talk to that point. Did not bring my jacket with me, I apologize.
Oh, these are on first reading. We had said that we have some that we held for John. I have notes that say hold for John.
Different aspect of the policy.
So,
3301A.
policy committee, keep me honest. We had anticipated John to speak to at the meeting. That's the notes that I had. So, would we like to hold this policy or have John provide an update?
So can I
Between-
interject?
Yes.
So 3310A, the question from the policy committee is they just wanted to know what the affirmative steps were that we take in the district. It didn't have to do with the change in the policy. It had to do with another part of the policy. And we were having John come to the next policy meeting to speak to that piece.
Sir, well, with that schedule, we would be approving this policy before we had clarification on the policy then.
That policy is already in effect. That part of the policy is already in effect. That's not a change in what we're doing. So if you look at 3301A, so just during the policy committee, we just had a cursory review, and there were questions that came up that didn't have anything to do with the changes. They had to do just the policy that is in effect right now.
I believe it did have to do with, Shane, did you not have a question on the affirmative steps for small businesses, minority-owned businesses? So what are your thoughts? Would you like to hold on to this one or keep moving forward with first reading and get our answer before the next board meeting?
I think I'd like to get clarification prior to moving forward.
But, hold on, so but that part of the policy has already been there and been approved, right? That you guys have questions about, or that's part of the new,
No.
the red
The
part?
red line.
It's new.
So we have on there affirmative step to assure that minority-owned businesses, women businesses, enterprise, and labor surplus. So the question was, if I recall correctly, it was your question, so you can correct me, was that what are we doing now, and how does this change anything in terms of what we're doing now? Is that, am I not recalling that correctly?
Me personally, I wondered more about where it said we had to, it had to be offered, or it had to, like, I wondered what was the way that it was
process.
offered. And then you said we'd have to revert back to John to find
Yes.
out what the process is, so.
What the current process is.
Right, and if
Right.
this changes that process. So that's the reason I wouldn't be comfortable moving forward until we get a answer from John.
Mhm.
And again, this is 3201A.
3301A.
I would keep
Mhm.
going back. Okay, thank you.
So would that affect anything with you, John, if we held this policy for first reading until the next board meeting?
No.
Okay, fantastic. Well, whoever's going to make that motion, just make a note, please, and I can do it, but 3301A will be held.
I don't, but I don't see 3301A in our stuff. I see 3301.
Mhm.
It's on the
is it
agenda.
not
Are you
in
saying
the-
you don't see the attachment? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I don't see the attachment. I see 3301, purchasing and procurement. I don't see any 3301A.
Oh, well, looks like that worked out well then.
Yeah, for sure.
Justin, 3301A is not in there?
So Justin's ahead of all of us. Had it pulled
Mhm.
aside, and
He
so
just knew it
You
was
read our
gonna happen.
minds.
All right.
So that particular policy with the addition to existing 3301,
Mhm.
specific, the entire thing is an optional item. It's very specific, so it's actually, to me, this is a little bit reflective of the true policy structure. 3301A really makes the one that as an offer in the policy. That speaks specifically to how we do processes that are federal grants. The process doesn't change between them, but there are some specific benchmarks and trigger points where we manage them because they are federal. That's always been in play. So this is really about expanding to be a policy. So I'm going to go into those who say policy. I would recommend not using it because it's basically embedding an administrative guideline into expanding the policy. To me, it makes a much better administrative guideline. Clarification when it comes to dealing with specific federal grants. Procurement association is the same as Mr. Clark.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you think it may be redundant to 3301 or unnecessary?
It would be expansive by embedding what is really an administrative guideline into a policy.
Do we have a current administrative guideline for this?
This gets to the next level of detail. So this is the kind of conversation I was going to save for the policy.
Okay, we'll have that conversation in policy meeting then. Okay, moving in, let's see, that was 3301A. 3407, that was a pretty straightforward policy. We don't have .01s on any of these. We had Ryan Reed in to discuss all of the 4000 series with us, and some of these are really just as easy as they replaced the Paid Medical Leave Act with what they call it now is the Earned Sick Time Act, which we had approved a few months ago-ish. And so that really just changes the language to become in compliance with the law and the name change. Same for 4106. And then, of course, you know, this year the performance evaluation changed and by law, and so that just reflects that language change as well. Discipline, termination, and non-renewal, we did not change anything from their recommendations. So, with that, are there any additional questions on the first reading of these policies?
Yeah, I do. For the timing from 3 minutes to 5 minutes, walk me through that conversation, because I know it was 3 minutes. COVID happened, we started doing Zoom meetings, we changed it to accommodate the getting people into the room and stuff. When that was back and we're back in person, we're back to 3 minutes.
Yeah, so it's just been my experience, not just as a community member, but also up here on the board. I've noticed people trying to rush through presentations, trying to hurry up and make sure they get under the 3 minute mark. And I feel that that's yet again, whether it's intended or unintended, another barrier to hearing what our community wants to say. So I figured I see nothing wrong with allowing an extra 2 minutes for people that need it. Not everybody even takes the full 3 minutes, so I doubt we're going to have every person come up and take the full 5. But I'd rather it be there as an option if they do need it, because if they have 5 minutes worth of something to say, I think it's important for us to listen.
I agree, and Amanda has done a good job of allowing for people to go over the 3 minutes and continue to finish out their stuff. You not being here during nights where it's very heavy in public comment and stuff, and I'm not trying to tell people not to come in public comment, but 5 minutes can turn, if you have 30 people at 5 minutes, do the quick math on timing and stuff. If we're going to go to the 5 minutes, though, I would like to ask that we make a very firm stance of when the 5 minutes are up, it's done, and we don't waver, we don't continue, just so we can keep the meeting moving and progressing, and so we can give a chance for everybody, because that's the other complaint that came is when we had 30 people in those 5 minutes, people didn't want to wait. It would land it really long, especially when some of those that was after closed sessions and they waited and stuff, and so, you know, I'm glad that they come, you know, and this is a great time for them to come speak to us. They can also email us. But I just, you know, the 3 minutes seem to be a good median. Have you guys looked, like, what do other districts do?
To speak to your first point, that specific topic did come up when we had the discussion. As president, there are many times. We've recently had many more staff members than we've had in the recent past. And they are really on to something that we all want to continue hearing. And it's difficult to be like, okay, you know, wrap it up. And if we extend to 5, our mentality was that it would be a lot easier, as you mentioned, to have that hard stop in place, because 5 minutes is plenty of time. And in that way, we can keep the process moving and adhere to our procedures, and everyone would be on the understanding, because to your point, 3 minutes is sometimes difficult when you're talking about multiple issues, and we have a lot of big things happening in our district. You know, we're going through the sinking fund. We just had this huge donation. We have appreciation, we have criticism, we have all of it, and I think 5 minutes is better suited to understand what someone is trying to relate to us. And then
Sorry, and James, to your point, I think we can be fair but firm. I think fair opportunity, everyone's allowed 5 minutes, but we will be firm with the time.
I'd like to see it.
I just don't see a downside.
Again, it's fine if it's 5 minutes and firm and we stick to it, but historically that hasn't happened. We continue to allow for people to continue to go, and depending on the topic and stuff, and then one does it, and then 3 of them do it, and then the people that came initially that followed the guidance and the policy and the timing feel slighted and stuff. So again, it's 5 minutes, fine. We all agree to it. You know, my feelings on it is that we definitely need to firm up the whole public comment section, and that we make them adhere to the agreements that they agree to when they put in the card that's on the back of the card, and that we keep with the timing. All right. It's 2 minutes more for me to do on the timer, not a big deal there, but.
So when it comes to being firm, I'm with you, right? And I think a happy medium there could be, as we're approaching the 5, right, we're going to give some sort of signal. I also see the fact that, just in my limited time being here, that there are often times it does go over, and depending on the severity, but I also think we could go a step further. And when we look at the metrics of 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, sometimes it's just a simple comment and they're done. We track that, and then we do a running average of, is it working? Is it not working? Right? And I'm happy to take that. Like, how long was it? I'll jot it down. I'm not adding anybody, it worked anybody's plate, but we can look at, is it working, to your point? Is it not working? And then we can review 3 months, a month, depending on what the metrics are tracking. We can all look at, over the past 3 meetings, we've had 42 comments, and they've averaged 6.5 minutes. Clearly, it's not working. But if it goes the other direction and we're less than 5 and we're managing it, to your point, appropriately, game on. Then it's working. And we are efficient. It could be I think, to use our conversation before the meeting, is there a right answer? No.
No,
I think
right.
it's an opportunity to measure it, and we all achieve what we're trying to achieve, and that's having the chance to have a meeting, we talk. This is the only time we have a chance to talk and be spoken to and hear. So it's a lose, no matter what you do, because there's not enough time, there's too much time, there's too many people, there's not enough people, like, we gotta just measure it, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the backstory on that and how that conversation went about, because it's helpful to understand the reasoning behind it.
And I'm not, just throwing another option out there, not support or not in support, but is there maybe an opportunity to have it be 5 minutes for scheduled comment and 3 minutes for unscheduled, or something of that nature? But I agree with Mike, let's get the metrics now, but it might be that might be another opportunity. Because typically when it's scheduled comment, people really come with, prepared. And so, but to your point, we've had times where they're prepared, and it's still because they're trying to get information out, and a lot of times it's information we want to hear, but they're trying to get through it, right? And so maybe that's another option.
That would actually be good. I like that too.
I really like that, and I think that could be a really great angle, because if you're scheduling it, you've got your 5. If you're not scheduling it and it's a last minute ad and you just want to come up and say something, you've got 3. I think that's a great happy medium. I don't know how you could argue for or against. We're given 2 options.
No.
Pick which best for you,
Yeah.
but we also need to stay on the 3 and on the 5 as a rule, because community members, all of us as a whole, I think there's still the rule, James, that you have 3. We'll be as respectful as possible, but if you're coming, come with your point, make your point. We're going to hear it, acknowledge it, and then the others can move on depending on how many more people need to speak.
And the biggest thing too is like when the 3 minutes are up, and there's some people that realize it, but there's no reason why they couldn't email or hang around afterwards. In fact, there's sometimes where people come, they speak, and I'd like for them to hang around so could get more information, because they, on what they're talking about, on new stuff, and they don't, which is okay. Sometimes it took all their ability to get through that 3 minutes, but
And
yeah.
you just uncovered another one. I think that's another great point, is that if you're at the 3-minute mark and they know they can't get their point across, their last statement, maybe we put it on the card. Do you want a follow-on
Oh.
after the meeting?
It's already there.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
but we emphasize that. Like, instead of cutting them off, hey, you got to go, hey, per the card, let's chat after.
Yeah.
Look, we can remind them of that. We're acknowledging their statement, the check in the box.
Yeah,
And I don't know that
I know
we've
that
done that
part's
yet.
already done,
Yeah.
because Amanda and Tanya both reach out for the people that, okay.
I don't want to belabor a point, but I don't know if sending the message, and I know this isn't your intended message, but sending the message of, if you tell us ahead of time that you want to speak and you schedule it, it's more important, so you get 5 minutes. But if you come here and you become inspired, or you decide you really need to say something, you're drawn to say something, it's only worth 3 minutes. And I think that sends the wrong message personally.
I think you're reading too much into that, honestly.
I don't think I am.
I don't think that was his intent whatsoever.
And did I not preface by saying that?
Yeah, but you still went and
That's
said
not
it,
his
so
intention.
yeah, it's not the way it came across.
No, can I see your angle, Shane? Absolutely. We at this table are we'd never want to speak inappropriately, right?
Sure.
And if I made that statement and if it was misconstrued, it's going to happen. Guarantee it's going to happen again. Something.
No, it wasn't, and I told you, I didn't think that was your
Not
intention at
defensive at
all.
all. I just think if we can try to have the communication and we're showing some constructive development when it comes to guidelines to the meeting, but we want to make sure we hear from you, and we're extending time within a given time slot, there's the give and take. I think that's probably the biggest message of what I was trying to, the happy medium from James, your point, I think it's crazy valid. And if there is an ad hoc kind of a comment in the beginning, that's great. then we can have a chat after. And maybe we agree that the 3 minutes is still not enough for it, and we come back at it. You know what? The metrics are reading. We need to go to 5 for both. I think we try it, and I'm one of options. And if you try it and it works, fantastic. If you try it, it doesn't work, we learn from it, pivot, and then recreate it and try it again a different way. Can we go to 4 minutes?
A data-driven decision.
Boom.
With limitations.
Drop it. Just drop it down. Just throw it down.
I think I would have to agree with Shane on that if we're going, because we can change policy, right? To your point, we start looking at metrics and make this decision based on what is working. Policy is an easy change, but maybe to start, because we know what it's like with 3 and 3, maybe start with the 5 and 5, 5 for unscheduled, 5 for scheduled, see how that's working, and then decide if we want to really tinker further with the policy. That's my opinion. I'm open to all other suggestions, but just to get a good, as we talked about earlier, a good baseline, right? We know what our baseline of 3 is. Check out the baseline of 5. Any other thoughts, opinions?
I like Mike's idea of getting the data, and then we can revisit it and then look at a change at that time, to see if it's warranted.
So you're suggesting no change at this
Yeah,
time?
no change at this time. And start looking at the data of what we have. And then we have an idea. But again, first reading, so
I kind of agree with Shane. And if you guys did already make that decision to change to 5 minutes, that we give it to both. And then again, if it's not working, we can change it again. But I think that's only fair because there are people who might not get the agenda in time to get a scheduled comment but they want to say something. And I think it's only fair we give them the same amount of time. And again, if it doesn't work, then we go back to what we had originally.
I think it's straight dialogue, so just have another minute or two on.
I would just say that the opportunity to sit down and have a meeting and have conversation is always open. It's been an open door policy, very welcoming for anybody that needs anything addressed outside of a meeting. Anytime we've had a hot button issue where a lot of folks want to come up and say a few words, we've had folks have to leave because we've run out of time and we've gone into the late night. And I don't think that is what we want either. So I don't see the reason to move from the 3 minutes when there's ripe opportunity to sit and have conversation or set up additional meetings. That's where I'm at, so that everyone does have the opportunity. If there's a room full of people, if there's something really on people's minds, like you mentioned, the millage coming up or whatnot, where they want to support it, whether they have concerns, to give everyone time, I think it's the prudent thing to do to stick to the 3 so we have time for everyone, because 5 can add up quickly, because it's the transition between folks, whether they've gone over and they've been asked to stop, whatever it is. That's where my brain goes, that we want to make time for everybody so that everyone can be heard. There's always the opportunity to meet and set up additional time. Something to think about, that's all.
And I'm with you. I think we definitely, I would think we all agree on that one, but I want to drive us back to the meeting. Our meeting here is what's driving the time 3 and 5. If you want to meet after, I think that's the point on the card. You can come, you can chat, you can schedule a time, we can have coffee. Those are definitely an opportunity, but this is specific to the meeting and 3 and 3 or 3 and 5 or whatever it may be. And I think for the sake of the conversation, it was kind of a happy medium on 3 and 5. And again, whether we go 5 and 5, 3 and 3, 3 and 5, whatever number combination we want to decide as a group, it's coming to a happy meeting with all of us as to what will work, and let's try it, right? And then I will capture the data, I will populate it, I'll put it in a beautiful graph, and we can figure it out, right? And if it doesn't work, at least we tried. You know, that's for our conversation to have. I think this is a great initial reading and conversation about it. Clearly, we have some opinions and thoughts, which are all valid. Maybe we digest it and we come back at it and see, since we've had a conversation, what else are we thinking? We think back at previous meetings when it has went over and it's a little bit, how shall I say, excited conversation. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's short and it's to the point, and that's great. So you're going to have your highs and lows, and we look at that, right? But I agree with you. We want to give everybody a chance. We definitely don't want to drive a meeting long, and that does happen. But that's also the point of us being here. And if you're here to speak, then stay and speak. And if you choose to leave, that's terrible. But that's also your choice to leave too, depending on, there are all kinds of factors. So.
I did have a question about the .01 on termination, 4408. Was there a reason for the .01? Was there like a difference from the Troon? I just see the added language under D, 4408.01. I see it refers back to 4207, which doesn't address termination, just under the extracurricular coaches and whatnot. If it was just something that we were like missing from an HR standpoint, if it was helpful to have, or
specifically.
D, the added language, extracurricular positions, including athletic coaches.
Yeah, that was a Troon recommendation. And Ryan, keep me on par. And that was due to the new law because they're at will, correct?
Well, I think to answer your question, that is the true recommendation.
Oh,
But
it
you're
is,
asking why is it a .01?
Yeah.
Correct. Yes, so in C, the second paragraph in C,
Mhm.
item C, you'll see that what we had changed is that non-teaching professionals or others not subject to the Teacher Tenure Act may be non-renewed or terminated at will by the superintendent.
Okay.
And the original
Instead of board,
policy
yeah.
read the board, but Vicki and the board at the time going through decided to make it a .01 and say terminated at will by the superintendent because they're not subject to the Teacher Tenure Act, which is why they come before the board if that is the case for the certificated teachers.
That makes sense. So the .01 isn't really this change, it's the carryover. Okay.
Correct.
Got it.
It was a
Thanks.
change
I was
from
just
last year. Yeah, yeah. And that was so that and that had been the practice before, but also our consent agenda would look quite different if that were our practice that they came in front of the board. So. Any other questions on specific policies in this first reading? What I will propose, and please chime in if there's opposition, we don't have another policy meeting until next month, and one of the proposed changes was a 3 and 5 split. That would make it so that this would have to come back to policy. We would have to go through the language. We would have to adjust the .01. The way that we have recommended it tonight has 5 and 5. So our options are to keep it on first reading as 5 and 5, or send this back to policy committee to do a split. I think those were the two biggest votes.
Well, the nice thing with it being a first reading, it's not like we're moving to approve anything, right?
We'll be approving at the next meeting, which will be after our next policy.
Will be after your next policy.
I believe so. Well, let me confirm.
Before, that's
Yeah, be before.
New meeting would
Our regular meeting is going to be before our next
Okay.
policy meeting.
so
So we would be the second reading before we would be able to adjust them. Which is why I am proposing leaving it at 5 and 5 right now. But if we want to keep this process even further drawn out, we can do the split and then we'll look at second reading in September, October.
either way.
I'm fine with the way that it's written here. If we want to go through the first, keep it in the lump of the first readings for tonight.
Yeah.
I just, want to know the backstory or
Okay.
the reasoning behind it and the justification or why we thought to move it and stuff. And I'm not invalidating. There are sometimes, yes, people want to say more, but we definitely need to make sure we firm up and we stick to the time that's in the policy and we keep holding to that and to get to a more regulated, structured agenda and not become a runaway train on different things.
Agreed.
I'm good with it too, and I commit to, depending on the next meeting, to read, capture the data, and at some point, if there's any additional comments, I can drop it like it's hot and throw a wrap up, or some data, and just say, hey, just so we're tracking, conversation, here we are. What do we think?
Do we go back at it? I'm loud enough, man.
Okay, so the plan, we'll keep an eye on it, we'll see how it goes, and if at any time a board member is feeling that it's not working out well, just advise your policy committee to take another look at that. And Mike will keep us updated with the data that he finds. Thank you for volunteering for that. All right, any further policy discussion? Okay. So we will move all of these forward for second reading aside from 3301A at our next meeting. Item C, we had designated this area of the agenda, as we've talked about a couple of times, with hot topics, things that we would like to discuss as a board, leading questions, having those. We've been a bit fixated on the self-assessment, so hence the title. I would also like to have your thoughts on this item of the agenda moving forward, and I wanted to touch again on the subcommittee, so just to keep that in mind. But if we want to start here with our self-assessment, and at the last meeting, I had asked everyone to kind of look at that leadership category and propose any goals or action items that we could take to improve that area. Would anybody like to make recommendations, have some comments, thoughts, things that stuck out to you?
I guess just to set the stage, with the leadership, a couple of things, as far as the public aware, I know our board is aware. With leadership, we had the most variety of opinions, I guess, where we fell within leadership. Actually, we had at least one on every level from excellent to unsatisfactory. And so it was really interesting, and I think some of that, I think personally, this is me talking. I think personally, it has something to do with a very young board, right? The longest anyone's been on this board are 2.5 years, and so that has some of it to do, as well as you look through the grades that we were judging ourselves on. The years leading up, the 2.5 years that the longest of us have been on, have been anything but standard years as well. Everything from self-assessments in general to just leadership to we've had a lot of turnover even within that time period. I think one of the points that certainly stuck out that got a relatively low average grade was clearly articulating the vision and mission statements. Certainly we're building on the strategic plan. I really appreciate the work that's been going on that through the staff, but also the board engagement in the different opportunities that we've had to be engaged. I think that's in itself going to make that line item much more robust moving forward. I hope that I appreciate Tanya's kind of continuing to remind us either through the superintendent updates or even some of our Monday memos and such like that, and just kind of keeping that in the forefront of our thoughts. And so that's driving our decision making, that's driving our vision directly. And so I appreciate that. I think some of the challenges is up until recently we haven't had some, I would say, healthy dialogue across the table like we have recently. And I think that's beneficial to us as a board as we grow. I mentioned, I don't know if it was last board meeting or previously, but the workshop started to kind of touch on that, but it kind of, because it was the way it was managed, I guess, and we didn't get really into some of those discussion points. I mean, there's times where we have differences, and I'm one to try to get it out on the table and work through it, right? And so when those things kind of fester, it tends to just build the emotion of it. And so I appreciate us having these dialogue, whatever topic it is. Also, to James's point about the 5 minute, I mean, hearing the why and having those discussions publicly, that's important. Oftentimes we'll talk, like, you know, Shane and I will talk, or, you know, James and I will talk about some decision, we'll kind of work through it, but nothing's public. We don't have that discussion out in the public, and so we come to the board table and we disagree, or we just, whatever it is, right? And I don't think the work and effort that we put into it is always shown. And so I'm challenging myself to have more of those public discord, because that's what the public sees, and that's understanding the effort that we're putting into this. So I guess that's kind of just setting the tone. I don't have really, other than certainly continuing to focus on the strategic plan, another action item that we could work on. Anyways, that's me.
Thank you for that. I agree with a lot of it. You know, what really stuck out is that, you know, the work and effort is not always shown, right? When you're talking about issues that we're having and trying to work through, right? And of course, I agree with the vision and mission statement. And one of the items, it's a very just simple but good practice. If we all just have a printout of it at the board table with us every night, and just keep getting in that habit of referring back to it. I had this discussion with Tanya that, you know, cabinet, they're so invested in it, they're so involved, they're constantly doing exercises, they're constantly in their strategic plan, and really going through and tying back all of their initiatives and everything that they're trying to do to it. And so we have been involved, but I think that it might help us to really just keep that visual reminder can really just spark things as you're going. And it's a simple tool. It's certainly not something that we can measure at this point, but just one idea of how to do that. And also, I know our last one, it didn't leave the greatest lingering feelings of board workshops, but we've had some amazing ones before that, and I have felt so energized and refreshed coming out of so many of those. And I do think it's important, and we could mesh that in there. We could do similar exercises as Tanya does with her cabinet on the strategic plan in a workshop. We can commit to quarterly workshops and talk about a range of topics. It doesn't just have to be strategic plan. We can go into self-assessment. We can go into strengthening our communication skills, our conflict resolution skills. It's endless what we can decide as a board to use that time for. But I think it's just important that we find a very effective mediator and topics that we're passionate about. But that would also be one of my suggestions to go on to Mike's point. Any other thoughts?
I think from my perspective, as I continue to look at this, there's 2 points that just continue to resonate with me. One is to always drive to the why, right? Like, why are we talking about it? Why? Like, why are you feel that way? Why do I feel that way? Because I want to know why you feel that way. Because then that drives us to dialogue, and then that drives us to an answer, right? And I think that also inadvertently drives us to a level of understanding.
Trust.
Right? If I don't understand you, then I misunderstand you. And the misunderstanding gets completely sideways. And none of us hang out with each other, so we don't know each other other than tonight, right? So again, being comfortable with being uncomfortable is something we use at my work. And it does mean something, and it does work if you put the work in. So 2 of the things: drive the why, and being uncomfortable with being comfortable with being uncomfortable. It's just having a conversation, and sometimes it's not fun, but as long as we are driving to the why, which is the kids and our district, it doesn't matter if we disagree or agree. We drove the why, and the kids are going to benefit from it. And that's the only, I look at this and I don't want to get stuck in the mud. I don't want to get stuck behind. We need to move forward. We need to keep moving and be positive and put a great face forward of why we're even here. That's what I keep looking at.
Thank you. I agree with that, absolutely. Anyone on this side of the table have thoughts?
I would agree with some of our other workshops that we've done. Better. I don't know if I don't want to blame the facilitator. I think being that it was the first time going through the board assessment with the maturity of the board, and some people learning the position and stuff like that, and then there's Mike, you, and I that have been here for a while and stuff, and we had a very big learning curve, coming into it. Yep, Mike Whitney. There you go, clarifying. But I think it's good to bring it out. It definitely, it's always good to look and self-evaluate, right? Everywhere we get self-evaluations and work towards the better stuff on it. From the leadership perspective, the one thing, I think part of the uncomfortable conversation is also challenging us to be better and to learn more of what our role is and to be more in the moment here and being driven back to student achievement, the district, our staff, and the community, right? And sometimes I don't think intentionally lose sight, but we deviate from that a little bit, and we need to get back to that. I mean, we all ran for a reason because we believe in this district, we believe in our staff, we believe in the students, and that this community deserves the best district possible, and not here to dismantle or be destructive in any way and stuff. And so I think from a leadership perspective, I think we all need to exemplify that part of what you said: students, teachers, the school, and stuff, and do it the best possible way. We clearly have different approaches to it, but that's also where the dialogue comes in, and figuring out and what may seem right and works as we reanalyze and look at the data, it may not work. And I think we're all willing to be able to pivot and change to what's best for the students.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? Ann?
I just want to share my philosophy and what might explain. I get confused with I don't know, I guess I would say an inconsistent approach, or maybe some waffling, because I approach this position as I value and listen to our experts. And we are so fortunate to have so many experts in our district. Our education experts, our finance experts, our safety, our special education, our food service, our transportation, our administration, our leadership experts. And the recommendations given by them are what fuel my excitement for the drive of our district. And I get confused with our conversations sometimes because they seem to go off the path, where it's a very easy path. There's fantastic people that are in these expert positions that have done a fantastic job of guiding the direction thus far and the teams that they oversee. So I don't understand the disconnect with going off the path from there. The getting into the weeds of like the operational issues, where our role should be more focused on policy and valuing Tanya's report on operational issues, or the reports that are lifted up from different departments. It just, that's where I've struggled this past year to understand, why are we pulled in different directions when we have the experts and the recommendations with, I don't perform my own brain surgery. I don't perform my own medical procedures. I trust an expert to do that. I would never assume to know more than a person who's an expert in their field. So that's my stopgap. That's where my brain goes, ugh. Where'd this conversation go? We just got an expert opinion. We get a legal opinion on a lot of issues. And yet we'll sit here and, badminton back and forth because it's uncomfortable. Some of these decisions and topics are uncomfortable. And to sit with that being uncomfortable, making the hard decisions, following up and supporting the experts that have given their recommendations, that's a no-brainer to me. It's not always comfortable. So anyway, since we're having open dialogue, that's where my brain goes. And I just want to express my appreciation to those that do stand up and present on their departments and their schools and share with us their challenges, their wins. And it's really an honor for me to be able to go out into our community and to just share so excitedly how awesome our district is and all the awesome things that are happening, and encourage people to get involved. I loved those tours. I loved getting to go to so many of the schools. I'm talking to so many kindergarten parents that are about to start that I've met from OELC, and now we all are going to different schools and getting to brag about the different programs and things that I've gotten to see at those schools, and how wonderful their staff and admin are, and how lucky they are, and how it's going to be a great year. And I feel that's the most important thing I could be doing right now. And encouraging them to get involved. Hey, I hear they have a great PTO. Hey, do you have any questions? Do you know who to connect with? I don't know. I would like to challenge us to be focused on what our role is, to trust our experts. I coach leadership for the kids that I coach at the high school level, and it's awesome to hear their feedback of what they struggle with, that like, wow, leadership is not what I thought it would be. No, it's not. It's a lot more work. It's a lot more stepping back and encouraging. It's not getting stuck in the weeds, trying to take over and micromanage. It's lifting those up that need that encouragement. So they recognize in themselves all the great things that they are doing and the confidence to continue and to improve. I really appreciate you sharing the book that you went over in the retreat. I've started reading it. It's fantastic. I highly recommend everybody buy a copy. It's fantastic. Yes. So anyway, thanks for listening. That's my TED Talk.
Thank you, Anne. Another great perspective and input. I didn't want to cut you off if you weren't done, but was there something in the leadership that you think with that we can move towards improving one of these leadership categories specifically, or you're just saying in general? I just want to make sure I heard you clearly.
There's so many categories that this applies to. I guess I would have to start with so many. Display a sincere and unselfish interest in public education, which develops and contributes to the growth of the students. So that's where my challenge would fit.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Were there any other? Sarah Beth, sure.
Having a few years on all you guys and having been part of this district for over 20 years with our children, full-time, part-time, OVA pioneers. The one thing I have learned is that each student is only going to be as successful as the parents that are involved. And in my opinion, the parents are the experts on their children, and that we are here to help them in that process, but not do it all for them. To be educated simply means to be able to read, comprehend, analyze the information, and apply the knowledge. That's what makes you educated. I put my name on the ballot with the support from my family because I have witnessed things that have been sketchy over the last 15 to 20 years. I want the clarification. That's why I'm here. I really do appreciate those that help. Our cabinet is awesome. I can't imagine how we could be where we're at without them and all their work. But at the same time, I don't want to take away the parents' responsibility. I want to encourage the parents to step up and tell us and talk to us, but also help them understand, here are the resources for you to go to. So when they enroll their student, especially in the elementary, here's where you go to board book. This is what we're doing on our agenda. We want to hear from you. So hopefully, and I know you guys probably know this, I am not in the government box. But I also understand how I was elected to do this. Personally, I would like to have everyone who elected me, could you tell me why you did it? Knowing how I have been outspoken in some ways. Knowing my relationship with homeschooling. Again, I want to bring it back to the parents. You love your kid enough to house, clothe, and feed them. Love them enough to be involved in their education.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I did want to bring up one more just around this. If the board likes the idea of the quarterly retreats, workshops, whatever we want to call them, we can segment them into two different groups. I think that it's important that we keep the self-assessment as part of that. And when I was looking at other districts and things that they do, something that I really liked was this board annual transparency report, and you align it with your strategic plan, which really would coincide perfectly for where we're at right now. And if we could come back to this self-assessment and do a check-in similar to how we had the artifacts for Tanya's evaluation, right? I think it would help us understand why, because like to Mike's point, on one of these categories, we had every single option chosen. So if we could focus on bringing what we've done this year and talking about it, that might clean up some of our scatter responses so that we can really look at, I know that helped when we did the evaluation, when there was someone who said maybe, well, I don't really understand how you count that as a 3, and then here's the artifacts. Well, then that makes complete sense, right? And so if we took a similar approach to this and provided during that process at the end of the year, it would be essentially a transparency report to say, we took these board actions this year, and this is how it benefited our strategic plan and our goals. And the board worked together to implement X, Y, and Z. And that strengthened goal 2 or goal 1, right? And so just an idea, but that was my last recommendation when I was looking through. So we can get further into this, but what I would really like to know this evening is your thoughts on a quarterly retreat so that we can start scheduling that if the board desires.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll change it up. I'm not voting, I'm in.
I agree. I want it to be purposeful though, and I don't want to meet just for the sake of meeting. Like, and I think we need to find a good either a facilitator or I don't know, just something where like the last one, I think Mike, you started to say we started to get to some really good dialogue, but then our time was up and we had to move on, and because of the timing and stuff like that. So I'd be open to it. Yes, I just I think it's definitely a good opportunity, but I also don't want to just meet for the sake of meeting. Excuse me.
Well, that sounds good. I'll get with Dr. Milligan and we'll send out, as usual, some optional dates upcoming, see what we can make work and decide what will be best. So I do appreciate that. Before I move on, I just want to make sure everyone's good on the self-assessment leadership goal category and feels good. Okay, one other item I wanted to get through was the subcommittee we've talked about. I really want to get that solidified tonight. I know we had Mike and Shane volunteer. We don't need 3, but we can have up to 3. So if there were any other board members that were interested in the subcommittee to look at alternatives to MASB as far as professional development and things like that. Do we want to keep it at 2, or does anybody want to jump in there? I'm reading that we're going to keep it at 2. Okay. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I really appreciate that. Thank you. All right, moving into item D, our MASB delegate. Was there anyone on the board that was interested in becoming the delegate? To give a little backstory, they would go and vote on our behalf. It's not that they're making decisions, it's that they take the board's vote and vote on behalf.
I'd like to move to appoint Ann Atchison as the Oxford Community Schools Board Delegate for the 2025 MASB Delegate Assembly.
Support? Sarah Beth? Thank you. Any discussion? Anne, would you be interested in that?
I'm willing to do that. Is anybody else? I don't want to take the opportunity if someone else. Everyone averts their eyes, so that's a no.
I-
Okay.
It would make sense
That's
as our
fine.
government relations.
Yeah,
Right.
And
So
that's where I went, like, she's
that's
done a
where
lot
I
of
would
stuff.
assume we would go, but
you know.
just making sure that there wasn't anybody else vying for that one.
She gives us what we need.
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and thank you, Anne, for taking that on. Next, we have a lot of housekeeping motions, so would anybody like to start?
Yeah,
Thanks, James.
I'll start. Move that all general funds and debit retirement checks for the 2025 calendar year be listed and approved by the board. They will be signing by using a signature plate engravement with their names Tanya Milligan and Board Treasurer Whitney.
Support. Shane, thank you. Any discussion?
I'm just, okay, so this is like a rubber stamp that they do? What do you mean by engraved? You're saying a signature plate engraved with,
Yeah, yes, it's a
Mhm.
signature stamp.
Okay.
For these named individuals
okay,
for
I'm
this.
just
Yeah.
making sure I'm
Yeah.
clarifying that.
We do
Um,
this, yep, every year, and the treasurer of the board must be on there.
Yeah,
Okay.
these are some legal obligations that we have to have in place
Okay,
for the
that's-
extra. So
I'm
I didn't know if you
clarifying.
knew that, yeah. I was like, so the
Okay.
next ones that we go through here, so it doesn't look like we're just rubber stamping, using that phrase, but we're just quickly approving them as everything. These are legally obligated that we have to have them listed and approved, and,
Okay.
and that's why it's a roll call vote that you'll
Okay.
see as each one of these as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, James, roll call.
Yep, roll call vote. I need yes or no. Gibson?
Yes.
Summers, yes. Atchison?
Yes.
Aldred?
Yes.
Campigiorni?
Yes.
Whitney?
Yes.
McDonough?
Yes.
I can do the
Keep
next
going?
one.
Yeah, I'll keep
Thank
Or
you,
you-
James.
Oh,
Either one.
Mr. Whitney, go ahead,
Oh.
please. I insist.
I did see that it's just board treasurer blank on the motion, but I know what's goes there, so I'll move that all payroll, internal accounting, and school lunch checks be signed for the 2025 calendar year by using the plate engraved with the names Tanya Milligan and board treasurer Whitney.
Support. Mike, thank you. Discussion. Okay, James, roll call.
Yep, roll call vote, yes or no, please. Whitney?
Yes.
Gibson?
Yes.
Summers, yes. Atchison?
Yes.
Aldred?
Yes.
Campigiorni?
Yes.
McDonough?
Yes. Bounce back to James.
Sure, why not?
Thanks.
So move to approve the Oxford Bank, JP Morgan Chase, BMO Harris Bank, NA, Flagstar Bank, Comerica, Fifth Third Bank, Huntington Bank, BNY Mellon, MILAF Plus, and the Bank of America to be named as depositories of the school fund for the 2025-2026 school year as presented.
Support.
Yeah.
Mike, thank you. Mike Aldred. Discussion?
Okay,
Yes.
why we got 10 banks? Is there,
There are different reasons for each of them. I know my
Okay.
laugh was,
Yeah, because
Okay.
we diversified where our holdings go for different reasons.
okay,
So some of them, and John, don't let me misspeak on this, but there's certain things that are at certain banks and while other banks like retirement funds and depositories and stuff
Okay.
like that. So these are all the financial institutions that we do some sort of financial business with
Okay,
in the area.
okay, just asking. I know it was like balancing 5
Yep.
checkbooks, so
Yeah.
I'm like, 10, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
that
the
makes
board
sense.
would have to approve any additional outside of this at this.
Yep.
So
Okay.
this is what we are approving for the entire school year.
Okay,
Good?
good.
Okay. James, roll call?
Yep, roll call vote, yes or no, please. Camajorny,
Yes,
Whitney,
Yes.
Gibson,
Yes.
Summers, yes, Atchison,
Yes.
Aldred,
Yes.
McDonough.
Yes. All right, next one. Mike Whitney.
Move to authorize John Fitzgerald and Courtney Mikowski to transfer funds between depository accounts and transact wire transfers for investment purposes for the 2025-2026 school year as presented.
Support. James, thank you. Discussion? James, roll call?
Roll call vote, yes or no, please. Aldred,
Yes.
Camajorny,
yes,
Whitney,
Yes.
Gibson,
Yes.
Summers, yes, Atchison,
Yes.
McDonough.
Yes. Thank you. Item H.
I'll do it.
All right, Mike Aldred.
Move to appoint Dr. Tanya Milligan and John Fitzgerald to represent the Board of Education in all property matters, and also authorize them to sign board-approved purchase, sale, and lease agreements on the board's behalf for the 2025-2026 school year, as presented.
Support. Ann, thank you. Discussion? James, roll call?
And roll call vote, yes or no, please. Atchison,
Yes.
Aldred,
Yes.
Camajorny,
yes,
Whitney,
Yes.
Gibson,
Yes.
Summers, yes, McDonough.
Yes. Item I.
I can do this one.
Ann, thank you.
I move to approve Trune Law Firm, PC, Miller Johnson, McNeil and Associates, PC, Collins and Blaha, Honigman, LLP, Perkins Coie, Taft, Statinus, and Hollister, LLP, Clark Hill, PLC, and Miller Canfield as legal counsel for Oxford Community Schools for the 2025-2026 school year as presented.
Support. James, thank you. Discussion?
Is Gianmarco, Mullins, and Horton missing from this list?
We do not approve
We
them
don't
as our, we do not hold them as our legal counsel.
Okay, that wasn't on last year's. Okay.
I'm presuming it's because they are specialists in those specific areas. That's why there's 8 of them.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just clarifying.
Yeah, so
True is
like,
policy, we do.
I was just
I
saying,
mean,
true,
we could go down the list, but.
true,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
policy,
that's
that's a big one.
All right. Any further discussion? James, roll call, thank you.
Roll call vote, yes or no, please. Summers, yes, Atchison,
Yes.
Aldred,
Yes.
Camajorny,
Yes,
Whitney,
Yes.
Gibson,
Yes.
McDonough.
Yes. Item J. James?
I'll finish this up. Move to designate the Oxford Leader or the or the Oakland Press for publication of legal notices for the School Board of Education for the 2025-2026 school year as presented.
Support. Ann, thank you. Discussion?
I guess only,
yeah.
what is, there's the or, I guess, is there a decision matrix that differentiates, or why is there an or?
I think because we typically do the leader, or we could do, so if we just said and, that'd have to be go in both papers. I don't know, I think we still do it in both papers. But if for whatever reason something wasn't available, just for instance, the one local paper wasn't doing publications for a while, and it was online only.
That's fine. I was just wondering. It can just be options.
I would assume optional, and probably depending on, I know some of the publications of legal notices have strict timelines, so maybe dependent on whether they
Publication.
can run it their publication date. It would be an assumption.
And
But these are
and that would-
the two that we typically work closely with.
I just obviously like, personally, I like defaulting to Oxford Leader because I read, that's what I still read. So, okay, thank you.
Roll call?
Roll call, yes or no, please. Gibson?
Yes.
Summers, yes. Atchison?
Yes.
Aldred?
Yes.
Camajorny?
Yes.
Whitney?
Yes.
McDonough?
Yes. All right. Thank you all for that. Moving into item 7A. Anita, you waited hours for us. Thank you.
All right, good evening. So I have a very brief presentation for you today. So each year, at least once a year, in this case, I know we'll be bringing it a second time mid-year. We present the course catalog for your approval. So the purpose of today's presentation, again, very brief presentation, might be a little like too much of a word, but is to present the district course catalog for the 25-26 school year, which was uploaded to Board Book and in your packet. Hundreds of beautiful pages that represent all the rich opportunities our students have in the district and very well aligned to our new mission statement. Today is essentially the first reading or first preview of that, and then we will come back to seek approval at the August 26th meeting. And again, it essentially highlights all the course options our students can select from. The course catalog that you are receiving actually has no course changes from what was approved previously. What we are bringing forth does include changes in names and positions. So if there's a new counselor, if there's a new administrator, dates, updating the vision, mission, and value statements in the course catalog. And again, oh, you know what? We switched our order, so I gotta like get myself together here for the last comment. So essentially, what was brought forth today is what you've approved last school year. However, tonight you are going to get a presentation from the wonderful Dr. Jordan Dennis. And he will be presenting some new OVA courses and materials. And should those be approved at the next board meeting, those will go into the new course catalog. So I want to make sure we are transparent with that. Once those are approved, we assign course numbers and then they are added. So again, that would be pending your approval of what he is presenting tonight. So that's all I have. Can I introduce Dr. Dennis?
Yeah, thank you very
All right.
much.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, members of the public, Board of Education, Dr. Milligan. How are you tonight? Excellent, I suppose. All right. So as Anita said, I am here to present some curricular material updates and some additional courses. We have some new textbooks and digital resources we're hoping to implement at OVA. We have a handful of electives we're hoping to add to the course catalog for the first time. And then we're hoping to add an additional elementary and middle school math curriculum to our repertoire. The reasons for these additions vary. Mostly we have been listening to feedback throughout the last couple years on our elective offerings, adding some new ones to meet the needs and desires of parents and students based on their passions and what they're pursuing. We've also had a lot of student and family feedback on a couple of our curricular offerings. Unfortunately, and I'll get into more details, we've had a digital textbook kind of get put to the sideline by companies, so we had to explore additional options. And then meeting the needs of our students and families, I will talk a little bit more about that with our math curriculum and why it's important that we add this particular math curriculum based on our demographic changes and who we are enrolling on a year-to-year basis. So I did not intend to present social studies and science to you if you had asked me a year ago at this time. However, over the past year, one of our digital textbook providers, CK12, has stopped updating their online textbook. It's becoming out of date. There are links that are broken. We are getting some frustration from parents and students about the quality of that digital textbook, and we built some of our online courses around that textbook. Additionally, as we continue to listen to parents and update, our course offerings and what we provide to families based on what they're saying and what they need and what they express to us, having a course that has a digital textbook is not the preferable model and the preferable medium for delivering academic information. So there was a desire to have physical textbooks in students' hands so they could have a balanced approach to screen time, so they could have kids utilizing something without just copy, paste, search, Google, things like that. They want to see their child open up a book and actually engage with the text. So we are trying to replace, pending your approval, our current elemental science curriculum at the high school level. That is based out of CK12, and we are hoping to replace it with Houghton Mifflin Harcourt textbooks. Elemental science is our core K-8 science curriculum. It has fantastic experiments. This is not technically a new course addition. We would be retaining and keeping those elemental science experiments. That is what the parents love. That's what the students love. It's the funnest part of science at OVA, which for Virtual Academy, the hands-on science is the thing that I hear about the most. And so essentially we would be keeping physics, chemistry, and biology, the science experiments that we are currently utilizing. We're simply replacing an online textbook with a physical textbook. And with that physical textbook comes videos, resources, online tools that we would then be embedding into our current online class. So it'd be a curricular update in that regard. Civics and Econ. Our Civics and Econ offering is also based out of CK12. Again, broken links, frustration, digital textbooks, not popular. And so we are hoping to replace that with Savas, which we have a long-standing relationship with. We use Savas for our K-5 social studies curriculum. And again, taking a digital textbook, replacing it with an updated 2022 updated edition. So parents and students can have something more tangible, something more up-to-date, and something that is going to make their lives easier as they navigate somewhat dense curriculum as somebody who previously taught civics and econ. Math Mammoth. So OVA continues to grow while other online schools shrink and close. If you look at local districts, part of our growth, if you look at trajectory of enrollments, is people want paper pencil curriculum. And so we currently have 2 paper pencil math curricular options. It is Math UC and Saxon Math. Those 2 options are very much tailored to an individual who may be coming out of homeschool and joining OVA for the first time. If I think of Saxon Math specifically, it is very it's very spiral in nature. When you have a lesson in Saxon Math, you get 5 problems typically of a new concept. It'll model it a couple times. You have 5 problems to engage, and then the remainder of the lesson is going to be spiraling back to previous content that you might have gotten 4 months ago. And that is great for some families. It's great for that model where if you don't just learn and then dump the information and move on. But it can be a jarring transition for a lot of our families who are transitioning from a seated traditional school into OVA for the first time. So we are hoping to add Math Mammoth because what it does is it mirrors a little more of that that pedagogy and that math instruction you would see in a traditional brick and mortar elementary school. We are continuing to get more and more students from seated public schools. And while we still continue to get a lot of homeschool families enrolling with OVA, we are seeing an uptick there. And so Math Mammoth is going to have a lot more modeling on a singular concept, a lot more practice problems on a singular concept before moving on. And it's going to also have a sequence of math concepts. The sequence of math concepts that are introduced is going to mirror more of what you would see in a seated public school. Again, Those who are coming to us from Cedar Public Schools, they want a paper pencil math option, but we have observed it being somewhat of a jarring transition to go from your traditional third grade classroom into Saxon math. And so we're trying to get an additional paper pencil curricular option to meet the needs of those families based on what we're hearing and based on what we're seeing. Additionally, electives. It's been a couple years since we've introduced some more community vendor electives. We have a significant amount of theater and art programs within OVA. It's one of our most popular elective offerings. It's what draws a lot of families who might be homeschooling currently, but they're interested in what's going on, and so they join theater programs and then they join OVA because they are very much engaged in that community and they want their kids to be part of these fantastic productions. If you stay with OVA, though, eventually you run out of theater electives. There's a finite amount. So what we're doing is we're hoping to provide a few more niche electives, dance, vocals, musical theater, and then which will allow students to explore more aspects of theater. So we have like theater tech and things of that nature. So explore more aspects of theater, and then dive deeper into theater. And lastly, personal life management. We have heard from parents that they are looking for electives that are going to help with their transition from high school to post-secondary or from high school to adulthood. So personal life management, we'll get into some more details there. But again, one of those bridging the gap from high school to adulthood in a educational and curricular fashion. It is a class that I probably would have benefited from my senior year, as my transition into adulthood was a bumpy one, but you know what? We made do, and here we are. Savas Civics and Econ, again, we have established partnership with Savas. It is standards aligned with the updated Michigan standards and Michigan requirements for a high school diploma. Personal finance is something that all students need now. We specifically chose this curriculum because it leads econ with a personal finance unit, which meets all of the Michigan personal finance requirements. So we don't have to supplement that curriculum with personal finance. It's there. It starts off. You get personal finance as your very first unit. And it has an up-to-date 2022 up-to-date textbook, including projects in it and then additional online resources. HMH biology, chemistry, physics, and GSS aligned. Inquiry-based, it is, we are using it as the spine of the class, the academic meat, but again, maintaining our elemental science experiments, which have been so widely popular and widely used. And then again, it comes with a variety of additional resources. It has test booklets and assessments and projects that we can also take from that curriculum, in addition to online content and videos that we have embedded into Buzz. Math Mammoth, standards align. Again, you're going to see students taking that class. Math Mammoth comes with a video subscription. So in addition to the text modeling that a child might be working through, there are online videos and content that go to support that. It incorporates some tangible hands-on materials such as block kits. And then it has a familiar instructional approach that for students transitioning from a seated environment to OVA. And then lastly, our dance musical theater, advanced dance musical theater, musical theater vocals, just giving our students who have run the gambit with theater electives an opportunity to continue, diving into their passion. We, as students continue to stay with OVA longer and longer for durations, we're not just a short temporary stop. We often want to continue to provide them avenues for them to enjoy their passion while at school. And so we just want to expand that, in addition to, as I said, equipping high school students with practical skills such as finance, literacy, cooking, time management, all of the above. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have, because it is always my pleasure.
First of all, what does NGSS stand for?
The Next Generation Science Standards.
Next generation what?
Science Standards.
Science, okay. I figured it was something like that. Also, where are all these musical and dance theater classes taking place?
So it is an online class, but we have a lot of different community vendors locally and outside of the county who utilize this online content and then provide optional learning experience to go along with it. And they typically put on productions utilizing the class time and then after school production time.
Okay. I love Matthew C. We use that for all of our kids, so I'm glad you guys are doing this stuff.
Yep.
And I'm glad you're going to textbooks as well, because that really helps. Our Marco, as a pioneer, said, "Mom, I want a teacher and a textbook." And I said, okay, thank you.
No problem. Matthew C is our primary math curriculum at the high school level for many of our students seeking that blended approach.
Thank you.
First off, thank you for, as usual, a thorough presentation. Along with the Math Mammoth, how are we communicating the strength of those curriculums that were? I mean, I know how you presented it to the board, but is that how we're communicating those options to the students as they enroll?
Yeah,
As
so
this would be better for.
Yeah, and there are groups of there are families who have decided to school together, form pods,
Yeah, sure.
and so sometimes it's a communal decision based on, I've met with many groups of parents who they want to see each of the options, and then sometimes again strength in numbers as those parents decide to school together. They will collectively make a decision, but we do have a curriculum specialist who does a great job walking parents through as they're enrolling for the first time. In addition to, we do meet with our counselors to make sure, because our counselors are typically the first touch point when you're enrolling with OVA, and we enroll lots of kids. So when a parent is like, "Hey, I've heard about OVA, I'm interested, tell me things." And so our counselors do get the slew of, here's this curriculum option. If they're coming from homeschool, they may know this name brand curriculum. So make sure that they are aware of it. However, we do have these other options. And so we do have a lot of infographics, quality counselors who help those parents navigate that process.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I had a quick one on the math. Just in comparing the Saxon to the Math Mammoth, can you tell me, is it pretty much apples to apples in what they're covering each week? I mean, not exactly, but some of them, correct me if I'm wrong, in 5th grade looks to be things that were covered in 4th grade in Saxon. So am I reading this correctly?
Yeah, so Saxon Math is something that came out before the Common Core was established. And so what happened, one of the first tasks I was given when I joined Oxford Community Schools was the review Saxon Math and determine whether it was something suitable to be used in a public school system. And so Saxon Math does cover everything, asterisk. The way it introduces concepts and when it introduces concepts are not necessarily things that align with a traditional seated classroom. One that I have worked with Karen Brown on recently is like inequalities. When are inequalities introduced in Saxon Math? Not until after you would typically see that concept introduced in a traditional seated classroom. However, there are also concepts in Saxon Math that are introduced before. And so it is one of those things where it covers everything, but the order and the sequence in which it covers things is not necessarily lining up with what you would see here at OES.
Okay. And was that decision based on some of the test scores that you were seeing? I'm just curious, are you going to be tracking your math test scores with Saxon?
Oh, we track math test scores based on what program you're in, based on your geography, what curriculum you're in, if you're fully online, if you're hybrid, if you're based in Oakland County versus Macomb County. We look at it all. And then that trajectory of kids typically peaking in math, first, second, third grade doing well, and then once you hit fractions and once you hit long division, that struggle becomes more and more apparent. So our focus this year is fractions and long division, focusing on those third graders before they hit that cliff and kind of fall off. in terms of standardized testing scores.
Gotcha. Well, thank you. I really look forward to seeing the scores for next year then with this new implementation. So appreciate your very thorough presentation. If there aren't any other questions. Thank you
All right,
again.
thank you very much.
All right, moving back to item 8, Dr. Williman, did you want to say anything? We already discussed this last time.
Yes, so I'm
Okay.
good. I'm just standing
Unless there
here
are any questions.
regarding the first thing is the code of conduct.
Okay, would anybody like to make that motion? Mike, thank you.
Second. Move to approve the 2025-2026 Student Code of Conduct as presented.
Support. Ann, thank you. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And are you speaking to the LCA nomination?
Yes.
Thank you.
So then the next item is the Lighthouse Connections Academy has brought forth 2 names to serve on their board of directors, Kimberly Young and Deborah Blake. Beth Chandler, who serves as the director of charter schools for Oxford, has met with both women to interview and collected their application materials, which include their iChat submissions. And during the interview, she found that Kimberly has experience in a school office capacity, and Deborah brings significant special education experience, both from a legal and parental perspective. And so Ms. Chandler has brought these names forth with her recommendation for you to look at, and then we'll vote on it next meeting.
Thank you. Any questions for Allison this evening? Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Item 9, unscheduled public comment. Justin, do you have any? No? Item 10, we have our upcoming scheduled activities. First day of school is really coming up there. Already talking about fall recess on here. Item 11, administrative clarification, Dr. Milligan?
Yeah, I just wanted to share a little bit of additional information on the strategic plan. I appreciate that the board lifted up, that my cabinet has been heavily involved. I also want to lift up that the board has been heavily involved. This is not just my plan or the cabinet's plan, it's our plan, our strategic plan. So your involvement was huge in shaping what it ended up being, right? Especially our meeting in June that, wasn't an awesome meeting at the end, but it was great at the beginning. Just your great feedback and how we were able to think through the different aspects of it. So I really want to emphasize the importance of it being our plan. And I also want you to know that Jordan was ready for your questions the questions of the week pertaining to the strategic plan that was in the Monday memo. We prepared him. So, Jordan, if does anyone want to ask him the questions?
I was considering, but he wrapped it around pretty well.
I'm just saying.
I did have it queued up, but he pretty much tied it back a couple times.
Dr. Dennis,
But
would you like to stand up and answer those 2 questions? This was what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So, yes, the first one having to do with the vision and mission.
Absolutely, because we're all about building community and empowering learners. So just making sure that we have ample opportunities for students to join communities, such as the theater community. But again, ensuring that parents and students have an opportunity to have their voice heard in terms of, hey, we don't like the way that this online textbook is currently going. We've observed this, so we're empowering them to voice what they would like their education to look like in the next 5 years.
Well done, Dr. Dennis. Well done. Appreciate that. Did anyone want to ask him the second question? The new question for the week?
I'll play ball.
Yay! Thanks.
Are we staying true to our core values and commitments outlined in the strategic plan?
Absolutely. Mike Whitney. I'm so glad you asked that question. We are providing additional pathways and opportunities for our kids, again, while fostering community and then
that we are addressing educational needs. I believe goal 2, ensuring that we have strong tier 1 curriculum. And then all of the above. I mean, you saw the presentation. I made sure to address each of those needs.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis. So again, just thanking the board and continuing to push our team to make sure that our work is very much aligned with the strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Milligan. Any final board comments this evening? Going once? All right. Would anybody like to make the motion to go into closed session? Thank you, Mike.
Suspense was killing me. Meet in closed session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 8(1)A, to consider periodic personnel evaluation of an employee. The named individual requests a closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268(1)A.
Support. Mike Whitney, thank you. Any discussion? James, roll call?
Yep, roll call vote need yes or no. Whitney?
Yes.
Gibson?
Yes.
Summers, yes. Atchison?
Yes.
Alder?
Yes.
Campbell-Jorney? McDonough?
Yes. All right, it is 8:55. We are moving into closed session. All right, it is 10:48. We are out of closed session. Anybody have anything else? All right, 10:49. This meeting is adjourned.